Hey, welcome everybody to stream. So, today is Friday, April 10th, and it's my birthday. And I figured, you know what? I'll jump on stream, we'll do a birthday stream. Why not, right? And maybe you guys want to join, hang out with me today. So, the Hall B was released. You know, I'm losing track of time here. I've been so busy. It had been either a day or two, or a day ago. But anyways, the Hall B is here. Very excited. I actually upgraded one of my ships to it. I think it was the Mirai Guardian. Yeah, I think I upgraded from that because I already had the Mirai Guardian QI. So I felt it was pretty redundant. So I said, why the hell not? So I figured we could do some hauling runs and test it out. See how it feels. All right, so before we jump out in the verse, I want to see if we need anything, you know, as far as equipment and stuff. Although I think what we have is pretty overkill. We're not going into like, you know, QV breaker station. So I'm going to take off a couple of the clips that we have already on us. And so just in case, you know, we end up dying in the verse, we don't, you know, lose everything. Not that it costs a lot. But it's a bit annoying when you have to go rebuy everything, you know, all that jazz. All right, so I'm going to go down to about as far as, what is this, P4? With P4, we're going to go about 20 clips. 20 clips. Since it only has, I think, 20 to 30 capacity anyways, it goes pretty quick. And it looks like we have this weird bug. I can't add another. I can only add one number at a time. I mean, the other way around it is just like doing this, right? And then inputting the number. Oh. And it still doesn't work. Okay, that doesn't. So looks like our workaround is not working either. Let's do it this way. Yeah, so that works. So you just replace the digit. And there we go. Unfortunately, we have to do it that way. All right, so P6, we're going to go with we'll do 6. We don't need that many. Med pens. Wow. I have a lot of med pens. We'll go about, let's go about 4. Should be good. And definitely going to need some oxy pens since they're going to be, you know, out of space hauling, just in case we blow up, we actually manage to get out of our ship in time. We're going to leave the sentence. Sentence looks pretty good. Grenades, we'll leave that. It's good. Power med refills, we just need 1. SRT, we're going to keep that on us. Since we're not doing mining, we're doing hauling. We're going to throw the mining attachment back into our inventory. The reason why we're going with SRT, just in case our ship for some reason gets damaged, you know, via, you know, pirates, murder hobo, whatever. So at least if we get away, we can at least still, you know, fix up our ship a little bit. In fact, maybe we should go with a max lifter instead and put away the P6 that's on us currently. Yeah, let's do that instead. We'll grab a max lifter, bring that out with us, and we're gonna just throw the rest of our clips inside our storage. And I'm actually curious, did they fix the stacking? No, stacking is still not working. I'm not sure when they're gonna get on that, but I really do like this feature of stacking. You know, instead of, you know, stacking it on our own, it saves quite a bit of time there. All right, so we're going to toss the rest into our inventory there. Good. And that all looks good. The last thing we need, I think, is max lifter. Let's see. All right, I think we're all set, boys. We got everything we need, and now all we have to do is call up our ship.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
All right, so we'll do just do Hull B. Should come up. So we have Hull B and Hull C. I don't have the Hull A. I mean, at this point, I just buy it in game. But the Hull B has an exceptionally good amount of SCUs, and the orientation of where this, well, it's not really spindles, not your, you know, like the Hull A and the Hull C, and then D and E have the traditional spindles. Hull B in the other case, on the other hand, is more of a diamond shape. They shifted it over, the square over to a diamond orientation.
Your vehicle has been delivered.
I thought that was a pretty smart idea. But by doing that, they had to make the ship longer when it expands out, right? So if it was a spindles, it'd be a lot shorter, comparatively. All right, so do we need anything else? I don't think so. In fact, I want to try something. I want to see if we could attach an ATLS to one of the part of the grids on the Hull C here, or Hull B. What is this? Zapjet? I think that's a component. All right, so let's see. Let's see if we have ATLS in our inventory. ATLS. No, so we have to summon it.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been...
Okay, now we should have it in our inventory. Here it is. In fact, we'll just use the max lifter to bring it over to our ship. Be just faster that way instead of walking over. All right, so leave it about here. And I wonder if we can expand it while the ship is landed like this. One way to find out. One way to find out. All right, this is actually my first time being in the ship, believe it or not. So, we definitely got the MISC, at least the hull. MISC definitely giving off the MISC vibes, as well as the, you know, the hulls as well. Along with actually the Starfarer also. Feeling a little bit of a Starfarer. Just missing the captain's chair right here. Although the Hull C has a captain's chair. And I'm assuming from Hull C all the way up to Hull E are probably going to have captain's chairs as well. All right, let's get third view. Let's see, can we do it like this? Yes, we can. So we can actually open this up while landed. As the rear gear or rear landing gear scrapes along the landing pad, it's going to be one of the most worn things on this ship. Uh-oh. Why are we getting red strobes? Is our ship on, like, fire or something? What's going on here? Our ship is damaged somehow. Let's see. Generator fixed. I think it's our coolers. I think that's what it is. And we can't do anything, actually. In fact, I think the screen is frozen. It wants to go on, but it can't go on. We might have to start the ship up. Can we do it from here? Oh, there you go. Okay. That worked. All right, so I guess at this point we would have to wait until... Oh, wait, there it is. All right, we have plenty of power still left. And tractor beam. Can we... Let's use the tractor beam. Let's try this out. Just need to find where the... What is all this stuff? And it looks like my helmet's not... Oh, my helmet's not on. That's why. It's like wondering why I keep hearing that noise. Now it works. Okay. I guess that slipped through the cracks there. Okay. We got relays. We have shield generator, coolers, quantum drive. So everything in the area, very easy to, you know, if you have to fix anything on fire, you have a fire extinguisher in the area, which is nice. What is this? Oh, this is a docking collar from the looks of it. Oh, I guess not. Oh, wait. No, it is. Yes. From the looks of it, looks like it's, I guess, bugged. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's supposed to open up, but it's not allowing us to do it. And then our elevator. And we have our kitchenette. It's pretty nice. Nice and good amount of room for a kitchenette. You know, fits 2, or actually you could probably fit 4 people here. I mean, technically this is meant for two people. And the lights, we have light in the bathroom, but for whatever reason, no lights in the in this area. Although to be fair, the ship is currently off. So if we turn it on, the lights should come on. But the strobe lights, on the other hand, is a different story. Yeah, it looks like a bug. Something they have to work out. I think I'm on the currently on the hotfix. I'm just we'll see if we have any major to small bugs with the ship in this patch. There were a lot of complaints with the uh-oh, what's going on here? That is interesting. That is very interesting. I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we can't attach the ATLS to the grid at all. I don't know if it's on purpose or they just forgot to add that. I know on there are ships out there you could, you know, attach this to it, you know, to the grid. In this case, we'll just leave it in the middle there and cross our fingers it doesn't fall out into space. Yeah, so like I said, with the spin, or with the middle section expanded, and it is a lot longer. I mean, I'm curious to see whether or not this is as long as the Hull C expanded. I mean, judging from the looks of it, it is. I mean, if I put this next to the Hull A, this is probably a big 9-day difference. So, Brief Fly has started a few days ago. And so far the patch itself, or at least just being in the verse, where is it? We'll throw the FPS counter up for a second. We're getting 60 FPS, or about 60 FPS in our personal hangar. We'll see how it is when we get out of the personal hangar, but we're good in our in the hangar so far. All right, so I want to see if they have any missions revolving with the release of the ship. All right, it looks like we have no priority missions. In that case, we'll just run a interstellar mission. And this one wants us to go all over the place. Yeah, so it wants us to pick up distilled spirits. Wants us to collect it at Dudley and Daughters. Actually, all of these want us to pick it up at Dudley and Daughters. Hey, what's up, Jake? Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate the birthday. How you doing today? Yeah, man. Oh, speaking of D-Live, it's sad that D-Live is shutting down. All right, here we go. Yeah, with this orientation of the spindles does make this ship so much longer. And according to Behind the Ships, this is, if I were to spawn that, I mean, technically we spawned into the Levski in our personal hangar. Uh-oh, what just happened? Nice. Our ship just got despawned, and now we're incapacitated. That's a pretty detrimental bug right there. Yeah, I know, right, Cade? Although that's actually happened to me before. Actually, it might have been 4.6, 4.6 maybe. I've had that happen to me. I mean, it is annoying. I just hope I don't know. I hope we don't have to reclaim the ship again. And speaking on the topic of claiming, I'm wondering what the claim time on this ship specifically is. As far as I remember, the Hull C is about, without, expediting, I think it's about 40 plus minutes. So I'd say, obviously this ship is, smaller in size. I wouldn't be surprised. Obviously, it would be probably, without expediting, probably just about half-hour mark, maybe just under.
Welcome to the ASOP
All
vehicle
right,
retrieval system.
let's see, Hull. Okay, we still have the Hull B. For some reason, it just got stored. I mean, my only guess, we might have clipped into somebody else's hangar, instance hangar. That's my only guess. I mean, my other thought to that is, you know, I did read up maybe a month ago that hackers are back into the game. Although that would be like my last resort to thinking that. I just think it was probably just a bug, us clipping into someone's hangar for some reason. I just noticed, I don't know if you guys see that, but there is like imaginary, I guess, engines from where the spindles are. Although I'd say that if we collapse a ship, I'm thinking that's where our, you know, where your flames are supposed to be coming out from your jets here. You can see there's nothing coming out of them, but they're over here, the animations. Let me see if I can match it up. So there's two on the side there. Yeah, those are our jets. So the game itself thinks that our ship is currently collapsed. That's pretty bad. So the animation doesn't match up to the expansion. And the game thinks the orientation is completely collapsed. Okay, so second time coming onto the ship, I just noticed we have no more red lights. Well, besides the one over here. And our strobe light is not on anymore in the bridge. Alright, what do you guys think? Second time's a charm? Or are we gonna get pulled back in? All right, so the animation of the jets are showing properly where they're supposed to be now. And it looks like the ATLS that we stuck in between the spindle area is no longer there. Probably got pulled back in as well. So we might as well collapse the ship. Oh, okay, that was the wrong button. That was me, user error. Nothing to do with the game. So I'm just moving the throttle around. I just want to get the feel of the ship. It kind of feels like you're flying a Connie. For those of you who don't play Star Citizen, that's a constellation. But it does feel like I'm flying a constellation in some sense. Although I feel like I get more view out of the ship here than the other Halls series. You know, I'm also thinking about the Freelancers too. I feel like the Freelancer, the view out of a ship is a little bit more tighter. I mean, this view feels pretty good while maintaining, you know, that MISC look. you know, with this long dashboard, I want to like throw a Pico up there. You know, we'll probably get a ticket from the space cops out there for blocking the window view. But it's worth the risk. All right, so we have to head over to Stanton to make our deliveries. Although this is a bit confusing. This is an interstellar mission, so we should be picking up stuff in Nix or Pyro, bringing it over to Stanton. But it wants us to go to Stanton to make the deliveries, collect and deliver. Not unless I'm wrong. I don't have any of the collecting coordinates unless it's back here. Sometimes that happens in the game where the game doesn't really register where to collect, or it may, you know, register you collect somewhere accidentally. For whatever reason, it tells you to collect somewhere, but it's not really there, and it turns out to be somewhere else. So you have to like either read the mission set, or you just got to check the marker on the map. All right, so we're gonna head over. Okay, we just crashed out of the game. So far, I'm not having a good time with this play session. Yeah. I'm not sure what's going on with CIG these days. You know, I'm starting to question the, year playability was 2025. But let's continue that, you know, playability into 2026. Not that 2025 was perfect. It's gotten better, but I feel like we're going back to the other direction here. And now it's re-verifying all of my files. In fact, we are on the hotfix. I'm wondering if we go on to the live version. There's two patches currently right now, hotfix and live. So we're going to jump on the live and see whether or not that will be a bit better than the hotfix channel. But hey, the stairs didn't get you. Yeah, I don't miss those days at all. You know, I think I spoke about this in the past. I don't remember. How long have you been playing the game? Have you played Star Citizen since 3.15, Cade? I think we had this conversation. I remember when I started 3.15. Oh, you started 3.14. So you started a patch before I jumped into 3.15. But even, I'd imagine you peeled over and died just going up or downstairs then. Now, I have to say that was the most extreme and excruciating experience, especially when you filled up. 100% agree. It is a lot better now. Like, you know, when there's newcomers that come into the game, or you know, when I came into the game, I was very uneducated to development, coding, all of this stuff, specifically gaming development. I had no idea that, you know, when there's new iterations, when you try to change something, I guess in the code or whatever, and then you try to introduce something, you know, new to the environment, things break along the way. That's something I didn't know and didn't understand. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't understand that, which is, you know, fair play. If you're like, people come into it as an end user, and that's also something to consider. But a guy like myself, I do like to learn things, you know. Not that I wasn't critical in the beginning, but now that I have a bit more understanding on how the things work, you know, I don't know all of the ins and outs, but I have a better understanding of it. Since you've been around 3.14, I'm sure you know a lot as well, and the workarounds and stuff. Looks like our controls, when we crashed out of the game, it reset our throttles. In fact, it inverted them. So I normally do is I just invert both of them, because I never know. I don't know if it's the, you know, HOTAS 1 or 2 that needs to be reverted or inverted. All right, we're all good. And okay, submission is complete. I can actually click OK. All right, what's happening here? I don't know. The game is a bit funky today. But we know that LTP is still working. We're still in the ship. We still have our mission. Are we, is our character naked? I think I've had that happen to me, but I'm not saying it has happened to me, post, you know, static server meshing. I've had it, you know, pre 4.0. But it looks like we're all intact here.
Caution, thrusters overheating.
Okay, what happened? Why are we getting a warning? Uh-oh. Our system is too hot. Thruster is going off. This is a great start, boys. Great start. Oh, coolers are off. I can't see it very well because our fat arm is in the way. Alright, we just turned the coolers on. It should balance out again. Alright, there it is. Yeah, for some reason the markers are not working either. Yeah, this patch is not a great start so far.
Quantum travel engaged.
In fact, I actually like this shot here. So we're gonna maybe we'll punch in a little bit there, and then we'll go back. I wish I can dial in these with more like fine tuning. Actually, that's a pretty cool shot there. I'll leave it about there, and then we'll save this one. And we'll do a punch-in shot like this, and then we'll put some bokeh. And we're about to arrive. Oh, there's the you could see the glazing belt coming in there as you approach the Stanton Gateway Station. All right, let me throw some bokeh here. Actually, that looks pretty nice. I like that. So we'll keep this. Although I wish, you know, like similar to when you're in the ship, like if you were to go forward, you see how like it's blurry? That's bokeh, right? You get that blur effect. Now if I go forward, you lose it. So I wish it would like stay on. I don't know how to describe that. When you're moving, I wish that if you're thinking of a third person, like when you're a third person like this, think of that as a cameraman. I wish it wouldn't move either. I wish it would like just stay the way it is rather than moving, you know. But I was able to fix that when inside the ship. If you were to turn, the entirety of the camera would move too. So maybe there is something in the settings to fix that. And the roll is not too bad in this ship. All right, so we have a total of 8 size 3 missiles. Interesting. I thought it was a total of 4. Although it on the site, let me see if I could pull it up really quick. Once we're out of the once we get through the jump point. I'm also looking at the quantum fuel. So you get a total of 5.69 SUs of quantum fuel, which is not bad. You know, 512 SUs. You can make a few rounds with this ship. I should have looked at the components while we were back at the station. Although I do like the way it flies. As you can see, I'm just navigating the jump point pillars here. Pretty easy, actually. We are in Stanton. All right, so I only have delivery on the top right side. The mission is just telling me just a delivery, but none of the collection points. In fact, Did we go to the wrong area? Oh, we have to go to we have to go to Pyro. Yeah, we pretty much took the long way, although as far as what I was reading, yeah, so it is in Pyro. All right, so, all right, let's set the course for Pyro. I wonder if it's better to go through Nyx to Pyro than to go through Stanton to Pyro. I guess it depends on where we have to pick the stuff up. All right, so it looks like Stanton to Pyro Gateway is not too far from each other. Let's look in Stanton. My God, look how far we are from the Pyro Gateway in Stanton. That has to be at least over 80 gigameters there. We're way up here. Let's see. No, in fact, it's 138 gigameters. Yeah, we're gonna go back to Nyx. I think it's probably better for us. I mean, maybe it all equals out in the end. It just depends on where we have to collect in Pyro. Okay, where is this? All right, yeah, so we're gonna go back to Nyx. So the Nyx Gateway is right next door to Dudley and Daughters. So that's gonna be our course. I'm actually happy we didn't go too far from the jump point. And there's somebody flying the new updated Aurora. I do love the way it looks. I saw somebody comment in, I think it was on Instagram, about the Aurora looking like a dragonfly. It kind of does. Although there is a dragonfly, Drake Dragonfly, the bike, so that wouldn't have worked. You know, if they named it, if they wanted to make that ship into, you know, any manufacturer. In fact, even I think with the, obviously it's an RSI, so you know they call it maybe RSI Dragonfly, but again, Drake already has that name for the bike. You know, speaking of Drake, The Invictus coming up is going to be pretty much, I think it's going to be, Drake is going to be taking over Invictus this year, 2956. With the Ironclads, are there any other ships that Drake is releasing? Kraken, I believe, in my opinion, is supposed to be coming in next year. You know, since we have the Galaxy coming in IAE this year, or at least supposed to be. Another very anticipated ship. A lot of players really want to get their hands on that. And along with the announcement with the battle cruiser, I really am curious to know how much the battle cruiser is going to be going for. We know it's going to be a limited sale. And I'm wondering if that, you know, I'm wondering if it gets sold out, and they're likely going to make it in waves as well. I believe Jared has mentioned in the past, I don't know if it was during his live or behind the ships, I don't know when he said it. I do remember him saying that the battle cruiser, they wanted to obviously make that a last you know, concept ship, but when they do announce it, it's going to be close to a release. I do remember that part. You know, with Squadron 42 coming in this year, as so long as, you know, there's no bugs or any kind of major thing that happens during whatever last pieces that they have to do with the game. You know, the Javelin. I mean, the Idris is supposed to come in after after Squadron 42 has been released, but it's already released since last year, Invictus. I did predict a few months ago that the Javelin to be released as Invictus as a surprise. My opinion, of course. That would be, I think that would be a fantastic surprise for all of the player base. Alright, so since we're in Quantum, might as well do a little bit of my, some of the camera work here. In fact, I think this one looks a bit off. There we go. And I guess we'll do some bokeh here around this angle, or at least this close to the ship. Okay, I think we went too far up. I think that looks pretty good. All right, nice. We got, I think we got about, okay, we got 7 camera angles so far. I want to do something from the inside. And it looks like we can't go any further than this. Why can't we go further? This is as close as I can get. And in fact, oh, that's why. So when the spindles are expanded, it's probably accounting for that. Yeah, I can't get up to the cockpit area. That sucks. I know the best we could do is probably just the top of the nose of the ship. I'm not really liking this. I mean, I could put the camera angle this way. Just can't reverse it. That'd be a nice feature to, you know, hold position and then just like flip the camera around. All right, looks like we just got to our destination. So now we have to jump through the jump point. So top speed is 960 meters per second. So you won't be outrunning, you know, light fighters, medium fighters, maybe some large fighters as well. Still making the Hermes a very attractive hauling ship with that 1,200 meters per second. Is it me, or is it the audio seem a little bit low? Like, the game audio can be very unpredictable sometimes. Are we here? In Pyro, or are we somewhere else? Wicklow. Why is it showing delivery? Technically, we should be in, Did we just... How did we get spit out into Stanton? We just took the Pyro Gateway, or jump point. Oh my god. What is CIG doing these days? Seriously, we went to Nyx. We went to Nyx, took the Pyro Gateway, only to get spit out into Stanton again at the Pyro Gateway station. I don't know. This is something just to laugh about. I mean, this is also annoying. Where's the jump point? All right, so yeah, we're quite the ways away. We're about 172 kilometers away.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
All right, what just happened? How did we go from... We went from 172 kilometers to 28.3 gigameters away from Pyro Gateway Station.
Quantum travel engaged.
And that... I have no idea... What is going on here? Every time I quantum... Alright, Nyx is 65 gigameters away. But why We shouldn't be this close to the next gateway station. 69 gigameters? Alright, we're still 28 gigameters away from the Pyro Gateway station. Houston, we have a problem. You got that right, because I can't even quantum to the Pyro Gateway station. Let's try a different... Let's just pretend like we're going to the next gateway station. I want to see if that takes us into quantum. Okay, that didn't work. And now my... Whoa. Hey, what's up, Pui Master? Want to lurk? Say hello, and I have been enjoying the stream. Samson was something. Yeah, man, that game was certainly something. I do not recommend it. We'll talk more about it in the stream in a second. But, and of course, always love Star Citizen streams. Buddy was visiting and had a lot going on, so lurked when I could lately. Dude, it's totally understandable, and I do appreciate when you can actually, you know, make it and chill out and watch stream and stuff like that. But I hope everything is going well, or at least in the trajectory of getting better for your friend as well. But as of Star Citizen today, we're having some problems. Well, that's good to hear, man. SC seems naughty, yeah, man. This is like, I can't even move the ship now. Let's see. If we do that, does it fix the problem? Turning it on and off? Or rather, off and on? No. Yeah, so we're actually stuck. Alright, wait. There you go. So, technically, we are in the middle of Stanton. But where's the sun? If we're in the middle of Stanton... Ah, there it is. Do you guys remember this bug? Where you quantum anywhere, you get sent to the center? It could be back. All right, so been missing chatting it up, enjoying whatever you're playing. I should be around more often now, so keep up those streams coming. They're fantastic. Huey Master, I appreciate that compliment. And I do want to put more, or at least more time into doing more pop-ups and stuff like that. I realize that I have to put more like recorded content out there to get more reach. And in a nutshell, learning about this whole thing in a very more serious thing, which I've been trying to do lately, is one of the ways, you know, to grow the audience, at least today's day and age. Especially, you know, I'm like, comparatively to a lot of big streamers out there, I'm a nobody in the market, so I'm trying to get more reach. So I don't normally talk about personal stuff, but Oh, Pui Master. Thank you for subbing, man. And the support, man. You're on the what? It's a 5-month streak. Look at that, man. Thank you so much, Pui Master.
Thrusters overheating.
Really appreciate your support. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it.
Caution. Thrusters overheating.
You know, from the looks of it, I don't think we're going to get away from the middle of Stanton. The sun's gravitational pull. Let's just be a bit more creative here, guys. The sun's gravitational pull doesn't want us to get away. All right. Oh, so power down ship, get out of chair.
Caution. Thrusters overheating. Systems off.
Is this like a new workaround with this behavior this time around in this patch? Worth a shot. That is true. Anything's better than nothing at this point. I mean, I was thinking of bed logging and seeing maybe it's to do with the server. Wait a second. There's no power, but I can actually move the ship. Oh boy. This patch has all sorts of problems. Okay, something's happening. Uh-oh. I think it's bringing us... Yep. Well, I mean, it was worth a shot. You know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to try to bed log and see if that works. Yes, sir. Great minds think alike. Especially when you play well, all of us. Pui Master, Cade. I don't know, when did you start playing Pui Master? Cade has started around 3.14. I started around 3.15. Okay, we can't bed log. That's pretty bad. Let's check up the upper bunk. I'm wondering if we were to Alt F4, maybe that might clear the issue. That's my next step. Oof, you one-upped us and twice from when we started. You were pretty much almost in the beginning of the project there. Now that is hardcore. Far more hardcore than us. But from 2015 and now is it's got to be a world of difference comparatively to 3.14, 3.15 and on. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to Alt F4 and hopefully that clears the issue we're having here. I'm also going to jump, actually, I'm not going to jump onto the other channel patch. Maybe that might screw us up. So we're going to just continue to stay on the same live patch that we've been going. With the battle cruise coming in, we spoke about this earlier, or at least I spoke about it earlier. Are any of you guys getting a battle cruiser for yourselves? I mean, I think it'll be sold out as soon as it comes out. What are you guys thinking as far as price? I think, in my opinion, I think it's going to be around like maybe 4,500 real cash. Kate says not me. Puyi Master is thinking about getting it. You're thinking about 5K? You mean like with real money or just with credit store money? For real money, I think that is insanely expensive. I think, well, I guess it depends, really. It is a military ship, so maybe the 5K wouldn't be so far-fetched. Although for the Bengal, on the other hand, maybe the 4,500 makes more sense for that ship. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh. So, guys, we are in Pyro now, after Alt F4ing. Yeah, I mean, was in the Javelin 2,500 real money? Well, I guess as it gets closer to release, we'll know whether or not they've increased the price, because they do that with all the ships, you know, when they're about to release or whatever. Do you guys know offhand how much the Idris has gone up since its release? Not sure about Idris cost. Nope. The Javelin 3K standalone last price, I believe. Uh-oh. And our coolers keep going off for some reason. I'm not sure what's happening here. we're not doing so well here, guys. I mean, we're effectively battling the bugs with all the workarounds that we can think of. I mean, that's part of the gameplay, right? Imagine a day we get to a point where there is no more battling bugs anymore. And in fact, you're battling, you know, less significant bugs. That'd be a great day, but also, you'll also have that kind of in the back of your head. You know, when we get to the day, hopefully we get to that day, cross our fingers, that we don't have to battle these kinds of workarounds. And they'll just be, you know, nice minor little tweaks that we need to do here and there. But I don't think when you're part of the development this long, and Puyi Master since 2015, man, long time. It's almost like PTSD. You don't know whether or not a mission is supposed to be the way it's intended to be. That's always on my mind. Is this the way it's supposed to be? In fact, that ties into the game Samsung that has released a few days ago. I was on live stream. Puyi Master said he was here. I don't know if you were here, Cade, watching. I have to say, in a nutshell, the game, I didn't give it enough time to really, truly give it a good review. But I can only go by my, you know, my opinion on playing about, you know, almost 3 hours with it. To me, it gave me a GTA 4. Like, if I were not thinking of anything, and I just went into La La Land, I would think I would be playing GTA 4 just without the guns, just to plain brawler aspect to it. But the game clearly had bugs. There were dead spaces that made no sense in the game, and I gotten stuck in one of the dead spaces. Couldn't get out. I had to actually log out, log back in to get out of it. But I do give the whoever the creator was of the game, I do give them props for really trying to build something that is completely different. I mean, I understand why they went with the kind of GTA 4 vibe. It's nostalgic, right? But if, you know, I don't know if you guys have played GTA 4, but I played it. It made me feel like I wanted more out of it, right? Since I gotten used to, my feet are already wet with GTA 4. I can actually brawl. I can actually, you know, use weapons, and I can already, you know, hit things with any vehicles in the game, and it, you know, also GTA 5 and the other GTAs as well. It left me longing for that. That's what it really made me feel like. There was something that I remembered from starting up the story mode on Samsung. Is I think it was the first mission where Samson goes to the bar and meets up with his I guess his friends, and they're just hanging out at the bar, I guess drinking, having a good time, and all of a sudden this group jumps into the bar and then starts shooting up the bar, hits the bartender friend, and then Samson runs out, and one of the guys ends up staying back, had the gun on him, puts it away to go brawl him. That really kind of like broke my immersiveness from it. And I wasn't a fan of the destruction derby type gameplay when you did get those missions where you had to crash into cars and it had a health bar on it. And then you had these special abilities where you can like sort of pivot your car into the enemy cars. And then there was like another ability which I didn't understand how it worked. Yeah, the game wasn't for me, but I have to say, for $25, you had really beautiful graphics. Really, really, really nice graphics for the game. But it left me that it always gave me that sense of feeling while playing it. I want a little bit more. Yeah, I think that's the idea. I guess the person, either the I know for sure in a nutshell that developers, just before the game was, well, at some point they had to, I was just reading an article, this is their opinion, they had to you know, shaft the developers in order for the project to continue going, in order to get to the point of release, hence having the $25 price tag, because they knew that there were going to be bugs, one, and they knew that it would feel the way it does. It does feel like a sort of an incomplete game, at least it felt to me. I feel like that's a lot of games today. I feel like that, you know, that there's a lot more alpha games coming out, and it's being more widely accepted. In a sense, it's good. You know, if you know, me, Bowie Master Cade wants to, hey, let's form a game studio. Today, in today's world, you can do it. It gives that opportunity to small studios to build a game that's fully in their control. You know, and not totally in the control of, you know, somebody else. Or, you know, in a case where you need a lot of funding, you have to go to board members and stuff like that, or investment, you know, interests and stuff. You know, it does, you know, there's the caveats to anything. It's good and bad. I don't know if you were with me for a while on that stream with Samson, and I ended up jumping into Gray's, I think it's called Gray's Desert. But it's a militaries type game. Kind of gave me, I never played Tarkov, excuse me. But this game gave me a sense. I've watched the Tarkov videos, keep in mind. But it did give me a sense I was playing like a Tarkov kind of game. But it was a lot more fun than Samsung. Oh, you did, okay. So the gray zone, yeah. For me, it was fun, you know. You had the ability, I don't know if Star Citizen is going to go in that direction, but you had the ability to join enjoy Tarkov with friends. Haven't played in a bit. Got it reinstalled and ready to ready after I did PC. In fact, I don't even think I have Tarkov. Only because I keep hearing stories about Tarkov having, you know, hackers and all that jazz. It's just so annoying that, you know, people have to resort to that, but there's no way around it. That's just the way it is. I know they've taken measures in order to combat it. I think one of the measures was they posted up the players. Oh, really? That actually does entice me. I'm not, I mean, I do like to have a stream where I can be competitive, but if it's going to be so competitive, it's going to be very difficult for me to chat with you guys. I'll be like so focused in the zone, you know, trying to survive. Probably be my most of the you know, the gameplay, surviving. But that was something that I wanted to highlight with Gray Zone, is that you have the ability to jump into either PvE in this sort of like it kind of like in a nutshell gave me a feel like an MMO. You jump into a map and you can take these helicopters to different points and stuff and do different missions and stuff. Ooh. How the hell are we supposed to load this up? Okay, so this is more rear centric with this ship, so we're gonna have to grab the stuff out from the rear freight, as you can see here. I think you have to buy the mode though. It was free for me because I have that edition they got rid of, Edge of Darkness limited edition. What's it going for these days? I'm sure they have, I mean, Steam is always doing like a sale In fact, I did pick up the I had picked up the a Gray Zone on sale for about $26 or so. So it's a very good price. And you know, I just picked up the very basic version. And I said, you know what, I could just, you know, earn the in-game credits and stuff like that. It wasn't too bad. All right, so we have our cargo down in the freight, but so when I was setting it up, I guess people were choosing their favorite, you know, factions. I ended up just picking the faction that they were giving 5K in-game currency. I have no clue of pricing now. I think Edge of Darkness was about 110 bucks back in the day. Oh, so that was the addition in order to get the bots, pretty much NPCs, PvE action and stuff like that. I mean, I'm glad that these studios are starting to realize that, you know, players may want to do some, you know, PvE instead of just this hardcore. Did we just lose that? I think we just lost a container. Oh wait, no, it actually it ended up getting went onto the grid, which is good. So our tractor beam is here. So I want to do is I want to try out the tractor beam and see if we can load up the ship in the way the orientation is. The positioning of it is it's perfect. I mean, if we parked a little bit ways, but we're gonna see where we're at, where we land at from how close we are to the freight. I don't know. We keep having cooler failures with the ship. Coolers, for some reason, keep just turning off on us. Sounds good, Pui Master. Thanks so much for stopping by, chatting with us, and I really appreciate your support for me and the channel and stuff. Greatly appreciate it, man. And you as well. We'll see how everything goes with Star Citizen, if they come out with another hot fix or anything like that. But as of now, I'm trying to pick up on the live streams and stuff like that. Today's Friday, so if I do another pop-up stream, it'll likely be tomorrow. Sunday, I need to take a break. I've been working very hard, so hopefully we'll see you then. Have a good rest of the day. Enjoy your lunch. So now, where is the tractor beam on the ship? I'd imagine, you know, like with the Hull C, it would have its own, like, you know, kiosk, or rather, your own station in order to operate it. All right, kitchenette and habitation. Access. What is this? Is this the gravity compensators? What is this? Oh, this is a life support generator. I highly doubt they would give the driver of the ship access to the remote tractor beam. It's got to be the passenger seat. All right, so
Hello. How can Risk help you today?
okay, remote turret. This is just a turret. The placement for the turret. I'm curious if there's another one in the back. Is there a second turret? No, I think that's the only turret we have here. Yeah, you're very vulnerable in this ship, on the rear of this ship here. Doesn't look like there is a button for the tractor beam here that I see so far. All right, so we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to go find it. Okay, what is this? Oh, utility locker for our, max lifter. That's my guess. And then our multi-tool. All right, computer. What is this? All right, there's nothing in there. We have a radar and we have a battery. What's the battery? That's interesting. I'm wondering if the battery's gonna be tied to laser, laser repeaters, any laser weapons and stuff like that. And also, I would say shields probably would be under battery, right? We have our weapon locker, and what is this area? We have an area where we could sit. Just randomly sit here. Oh, now this is working. So I can actually open up the airlock. And then we have two pods, obviously, because it's a two-man ship. Where is the... So weird. Where is the... How do we access the tractor beams? Is it outside this ship? Gravity generator, computer access cooler, shield generator. Component access is the battery. Shield generator. Coolers. Quantum drive. All right, so I checked the entirety of the ship. I don't see any station of any kind. And we checked the passenger seat along with the pilot seat for the tractor beam. All right, let's see if there's any stations outside the ship. I'm a bit puzzled. Actually, let's do a quick research. All right, so Hall B. Here it is. Okay. All right, we have one remote turret, which is true. 2 S3 weapons, bespoke. 2 bespoke missile launchers with 2 size 3 missiles. This is incorrect. So technically we have... Wait. 2X size 3 missiles. We have a total of 8 size 3 missiles. So it'd be 2 times 4 size 3 missiles. I think that might, yeah. So it would be 2x4 size 3 missiles. Unless I got that all wrong. But it doesn't say anything about the tractor beams. How do we even you know, how do we operate them? Two built-in side-mounted tractor beams designed for efficient, sufficient cargo loading of its 512 SU capacity, controlled primarily from the co-pilot seat. Yeah, we just tried that. The for some reason we didn't get any markers showing up. We'll try it again. Oh, that's what Google told you. All right, so we're going to double check to see if that is true. I mean, we can't say Google is wrong yet. All right, so we have a big yet is right. So door lock, and these are not functioning. Screen. So we're going to check our throttles. Nothing is going on here. Checking this throttle. Nothing's going on here. We'll go back up. Slowly move around the panels. Or rather the panel, excuse me. And we're going to make our way up here. On the dashboard, nothing. And we're going to make our way here. Oh, wait. What's going on here? Nada. Maybe it's over here. Maybe we have to get out of the chair. But nothing is coming up. So the only options I get is remote turret. Oh, wait a second. Ah, look at that. Yeah, that's a bit confusing. So you gotta right click. Oh, what happened here? Okay. All right, so you gotta right click in order to get more options. But the first option is just to get into the remote turret, which I do like, but it's a bit confusing. I'd imagine this would be very confusing for new players. They would not, I don't think they would probably find this. All right, so you got to right click in order to get additional options. You got the left side tractor beam, which is your port side, and then your right side, which is your starboard side. And voila, it works. But I have to say, it's a very good position, considering. But it looks like our tractor beam is not working. And yeah, I'm clicking for it to work. Nothing's going on. I wonder what is the workaround to this. Maybe turn the power on and off. Let's see if that works. Our coolers are... Oh, wait. I know why. I know why. Tractor beam is probably not on. All right, now let's try. Now it works. There it is. By any chance, do you know if the game has any tooltips? Like, you know, games out there in case, you know, you run into a bit of trouble. I mean, we all know that they have the you know, for new players they have the tutorial. Even then the players still have to go online, you know, if they still don't understand something or get something. All right, that looks good. It would be nice to have a zooming function along with the tractor beam. From this angle, I can't tell whether or not, you know, distance-wise, like, is the container closer to me or further away? You normally do a Google search for help? Yeah, same here. I mean, mostly for me, it's been, I mean, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it's more or less an internet search to find whether or not something is working right, or if you're doing something wrong. I mean, with this game is a whole lot of troubleshooting. You know, I'm also thinking to myself, if they were able to, you see this empty space on the spindles, if they made a track that went across for the tractor beam, that would be so nice. Similar to what they did with the Hermes. I mean, I'm not saying this is bad. I think this is a good improvement. Something else to break, yeah. Yeah, you're right. More moving parts. You want less moving parts in that case. I feel like something's not right. I feel like we gotta go put this more this way. No. Let's see if this has a light on the tractor beam. It doesn't. Yeah, it's pretty hard to see in this section. So if you're at if you're at nighttime, actually let's check to see if it has lamp amplification. Okay, it doesn't have lamp amplification. In fact, lamp amplification would really help in this situation. Oh, I see what happened. So we put a 4 SEU and we had a 2 SEU on top of it. That's why it threw me off. You know, I also thought to myself, if it doesn't have a rail, if we can't get a rail, having the tractor beam extend further out, going towards starboard side, so you get a better reach and a view of the grid. I mean, not to say this is a very good placement, but having it extend further out, and then you really get an idea, if you're missing any spots on the grid or anything like that, along with lamp amplification, would complement this. You with me on the view? Yeah, I think it would be. Yeah, if this extended outward, you'd be able to see. I think you'd be. In a nutshell, I think you're going to get a far better view. If you have like containers, can this extend outwards? Let's see. It looks like this is the furthest it goes out. So an 8 SU box size. Clearly, because if you went further out, I think you're going to hit the ground. With the box down there is going to hit the ground there. So it looks like a total size of max 8 SEUs in I would say depth, right, or height. All right, I think we're all good, set to go. That's something I do like. I can move over to the passenger seat, and I can just pull things off the grid, pull things on the grid, one seat away, and then we're off back into the pilot seat and on to the next point. I do want to put the Hull C and the Hull B side by side, although they have the video I created shows that. I mean, it shows it from like an angle, shows it from a diagonal. I mean, it's, you know, Star Citizen video, but they made it, not me. What I was referring to is that from the angle, you can't really tell verbatimly if I were to put these exactly side by side. And being that they had to design it this way, it had to be longer. All right, so everything we picked up was just here at, I guess it's Dudley and Daughters. Yeah, Dudley and Daughters. All right, now we have to head over to Stanton to drop off in some locations. And I almost forgot that we were having a whole range of issues going through jump points. We're going to see whether or not we're going to get them. Maybe it was just tied to a specific server we were on. It seems our coolers... Okay, our coolers are on this time. Our coolers, for some reason, just keep going off on this ship. Oof, we got a flight and a half to go. Over 100 gigameters away from the Stanton Gateway. I'm wondering if it's probably better off going to Nix, then over to Stanton that way. Let's look at the mission. One wants us to drop off at Lorryville, Teasa Spaceport. Actually, there are 2, 3. Actually, in fact, they're all Teasa Spaceport. So we essentially picked up at one location to bring to the same, you know, the same pickup point to the same drop-off point. But they're all different. You know, different type of cargo. We have distilled, we have diamond, and fresh food, gold, aphrite, So 4.8, I covered in my last video. Looks like a juicy patch, you know, so long as everything ends up working out for, you know, CIG's end. I mean, I truly, I mean, we shouldn't be looking that far out until they can like get these bugs that we've been experiencing on stream here for 4.7.1, getting them flushed out. But if they can get those flushed out, I think 4.8 is going to be pretty nice. You know, I think we're going to get, in my opinion, I'd say close to a raid style kind of mission. With, yeah, it's going to be interesting. And it looks fun too, since, you know, they're going to have, you know, shit fights. You're going to have to, you know, from what I've read from the notes, is that it looks like they're going to get us, for those ships, Polaris, Idris, and if there's any other ships that can rearm and, I don't know if those ships can refuel. I know they can rearm smaller ships and stuff like that. Do a quick search. That would be pretty big for a patch like that. In fact, I want to do this instead. Let's just say Polaris, Star Citizen, Polaris. Can it refuel ships? Oh, interesting. I mean, if this is right, according to what the research is, it can refuel, rearm, and repair single fighters and light bomber support ships. And then, obviously, the Idris can do the same. Idris, can it refuel, rearm, and what else? Repair. Yep. Yeah, clearly it's not implemented yet, but from reading the patch notes, the roundup patch notes, they did mention, let's bring it over, since we have this really long flight to get to the Stanton Gateway. So it should be under Spectrum. Captains of Industry, which is, you know, supposed to be this patch. I thought they were going to be like priority missions, but, you know, it's a free fly event that we're currently in, 4.7.1. We have the roundup here, and we have some pictures of the station, of the Tactic. Was it supposed to be a QV? QV station. I don't want to talk out of my ass here. So it's going to be, so the mission is going to be a tactical strike group content, which I was saying that I think, in my opinion, it's going to be probably Star Citizen's first kind of raid style for the game. But mission's obviously going to be a Nyx system, and the QB extraction station is going to be this station here, as you could see, with the little core in the middle, and then sort of like, you know, the Star Wars trench run in order to destroy the core. I mean, there's gonna be a bunch of things inside the trench you got to destroy until you get the core vulnerable, where it can be attacked inside and outside. and that's where these bombers are going to be coming to be more useful, like the Eclipse, the Retaliator, and any other bombers out there. I think the one that's been all dusty and all is the Gladiator. It's been a long forgotten ship. Then we got these new type of nades that we'll be getting in the game, called the Khazar plasma grenades. So it's gonna be a strategic kind of grenade to lock down an area, or rather push through. I mean, I would imagine you could use it defensively or offensively. And then a refueler, new type of mission set. Although we've had these type of mission sets in the past, except not a more complex one, but a very simplistic one. We protect the Starfare from being attacked. That's all it was. It wasn't like it was refueling anything. It was just stranded. I'm not sure where those missions went. But where did I read? Should be here. Implementing a new cooperative ship combat, a series of objectives and challenges designed for a multi-role fleet. Players are encouraged to bring a diverse lineup, equip the right loadout, and be ready to refuel and resupply. So this is what I was saying, my opinion on, light fighters, on the Idris and the Polaris, or any other ships that have the ability to do these kinds of things. Are they going to be getting it in this patch? I mean, imagine. I mean, if they're saying it here, like with anything else, it's tentative. It's not set to go to be, concrete. It's going to get out there unless they flush out all of those, bugs, or if they feel that it's ready to get, go for the 4.8 live release at that point in time. And we just had enough quantum fuel to get to Stanton Gateway. We're about 500K. Half an SCU left in the tank. Yeah, so with 4.8, I think 4.8 is going to be lining up with Invictus as an Invictus patch, my opinion. And, I think with the bugs we've experienced on today's play session, I think this has to be a priority, a big priority. I think continuing on with 2025's goal in the game still becoming more stable, I think is a better priority for the game at this time. I think first impressions are very important, especially if Star Citizen wants to get more people to play the game, and just in general more customer base, whatever. Like, all of these games are competing for that. All All right, so we have to refuel before we go through the jump point. In fact, I don't even think the jump point's going to allow us to go through with 300k in the tank. Is that a launch pad there? I think it is. Yeah, that's a landing pad. Just that our radar system for some reason is off. I really don't need that much power on the radar. We're not really, you know, doing combat. We're just hauling. I'm also curious, can we collapse this section with the cargo loaded? All right, so that actually works. We can't collapse this spindle section. Although in the, you know, time to time with the Hull C, you can collapse the spindles with a full like 4,000 SCUs on the grid. Okay, I just realized our camera... Oh, that's why. Our camera is set up when we have the spindles closed, so we gotta go back. I don't know, I guess I have to make a separate, you know, camera angle for spindles open. Or at least the top view. Otherwise, you know, with spindles closed, we'll just, you know, do that. And then go back to this for spindles. Let's head over to the jump point, if I can find it. Oh, there it is. So the Hull B has decent pickup. It's not too bad. I mean, we only have like, we're not at full capacity is what I'm saying. I'm wondering, you know, what the handling is of the ship once it's full. Although I think this would have been a good option for clearing the air vent when that was out. I've used my Hermes a lot during that event. Another great ship to use. Like if I had to bring about, I don't know, this is 512 as far as SUs is concerned. If I have to bring something close to 512, I think this would be my go-to. With the M2 and the M2 doesn't have nearly as the capacity as M2 and C2. C2 is obviously going to be the most, but it's just going up the ramp, you know. All right, so it looks like are we back in Stanton? Yes, we are back in Stanton. So my guess is whatever is going on, you know, via last server, but I highly doubt it was the last server because, you know, when we Alt F forward, technically we should be stuck in a shard. So then therefore we would be, you know, in the same server. I'm not sure if Alt F4 is still the go-to, you know. I mean, from our evidence, it seems to be the go-to to break ourselves out of a bad Matrix situation that we had. All right, first location, we're gonna head over to, well, actually, Everest is the only location, so we had to pick up at Dudley and Daughters, and now we got to drop it off at the cargo at, not at Everest, but Hurston, Teza Spaceport. All right, so while we're in Quantum, I'm gonna take a quick piss. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So, oh, wow, we're almost there. You know, I thought about the video I made about how to do the QV breaker station, especially at 100% yield. My God, you can see the crevices down in Hurston. Like the landscape of the mountains and stuff. So back to what I was saying, I tried to really condense. It was a challenge to me, how to make instructional video on, especially a mission that had, like QV breaker station, had so many things you had to do, and then condensing it into like, I think it was like 1 minute and 40 seconds or so, was an incredible challenge. All right, so why can't I? Okay, it looks like that's busted. We'll do it manually. We'll have to find, there it is. Lorville. Yeah, so that was a bit of a challenge. Condensing, I'd say, for QV breaker station, comfortably maybe 5 to 7 minute video, maybe 8 max, can be condensed and understandable. I mean, if people are already primed in the mission and sort of understand things, it's definitely going to help if they want it in a nutshell. I think 1 minute and 40 seconds is enough. I think, you know, new players might be a bit confused. Oh, looks like there's VTOL on this ship. Let me see. Although I don't see where the change is happening. I mean, I hear something, right? All right, so I don't see, normally you could see these things on, the thruster moving. Its orientation when you put VTOL on or off. Or it just changes orientations. I mean, I hear something, but I don't see any, anything rotating or anything like that.
Attention pilots, after review, your landing permission has been denied. You have already been given an assignment.
And it looks like it's closing on us. Can we get in before it closes? No.
You have already been given an assignment. I'm sorry, you have an active space already assigned to you. You have already been given an assignment.
Okay, so we have to wait for it to close to open again? All right, now we're in the queue. Although I realize that, oh. I don't see that graphical glitch. Like, if you guys played through 4.5 to 4.6, there used to be graphical glitch more on the ground. Or maybe it's still there. Yeah, you could sort of see it. Like, you see how the terrain changes. Although in the past, I mean, I don't know. We'll soon see when we leave Lorville if the graphical glitch is still there. Alright, so we got reassigned another hangar, not too far. Alright, is that... Oh, okay. This is our hangar. I was about to go into another player's hangar for a second. Now the question is, can we fit in the medium hangar with the expanded? Oh, okay, there we go. Oh.
Your landing assignment has been revoked.
Alright, for some reason, when we landed, it just bounced us back up in the air. See? Well, we took off that time, but the ship for some reason takes off on like more on that occasion, more so on the port side. All right, so let's see. I want to position this probably right about here. Should be good. So with great lighting, you could see the grid very well. It's just that, you know, when it's really dark, it's very difficult to tell. You know, if you have one of the cargo boxes offbeat, and you want to correct it, it's going to be very difficult at night. Like if they add lamp amplification, like even if it's a little thing like that, they don't do an extension with the arms. Lamp amplification would definitely help in a situation when you're in the dark. I don't know, once you get the hang of it, it's not too bad. It's pretty good. I think that's it. Okay. All right, let's go send it down. All right, so we have a total capacity of 66. And yep, so that's all we need for the mission. Now let's see if the mission completes. Bada bing, bada boom. There it is. All right, so Interstellar should be Corbilax, as far as I remember. And we're halfway in senior. I like the fact that they shortened interstellar to stellar. Although, wait a second. Hauling stellar, and then we have hauling interstellar. Oh, I made a mistake. So these are Red Wing line haul contracts. So what is my rep with them? Oh, cool. So our last contract got us into junior rank. So we were a rookie. I mean, it makes sense that we have the amount of missions for the Corvilax since they're so high up in rank. Trying to see. Got a lot of contract emissions, probably way down the line. I don't know, a bit confused by the mission. So it says contractor, but there's no contractor rank that correlates with here. Let's go to Red Wing. Red Wing doesn't have it either. Shobin does. Yeah, Shobin has contractor. I mean, technically, we should get senior missions. Especially with Corvilax. Oh, I was completely reading this wrong. So it's under, it's on the top here. So senior rank, experience rank, junior rank. So effectively we want to look at junior rank. And from the past, when they did the whole overhaul, with the missions and stuff, the game plan is trying to find the beginning point and end point that correlate with other missions that have similar or exact pickup points and drop-off points to make it, you know, more efficient to making a UEC. I mean, to be honest, it'd take considerable amount of time to go through 80 missions to do that and look through all of this. Let's go to here. I'm curious. So this one is going to be giving us a payout for 287,000. This is a rookie hauler. But we don't have any missions for the new rank. We don't got junior missions. Yeah, they're all rookies. You'll need enough room for 16 SU cargo boxes. So I guess it could be range from experience. It could go from 1 to 16 SUs. I mean, if it's all 16 SUs, this is not so bad. But as you can see, there's some numbers that will not suffice the 16 SUs. Like this seems to be two 16 SU boxes. This one as well. This, and this one is going to be probably 16 and what? 4 SU box? Yeah, let's continue with the Red Wind line haul. Contract unavailable. Okay, so I'm looking at the pickup and drop off points. From the looks of it, it looks like it's one pickup point, right? Collect point, and drop off point looks mostly, it looks like it's split. Yeah, from the looks of it, it's split. Sort of split-ish. So one area we have to drop off Sunset Mesa on Pyro 2. The other one is Jackson Swap on Pyro 2. So it's essentially the same planet, but two different, I guess, outposts. But we have to head over to Arcorp Mining Area 056 to pick up. All right, now we're going to collapse the spindles since, you know, we have no cargo on them. Man, oh man, that is so much smaller when it's collapsed. It's a big difference.
You are cleared for liftoff. Attention, pilot, you are...
I mean, they fixed most of the texture problem down here in Lorryville. But you can see on the top starboard side, there is a bit of texture problems. I know, so far everything seems to be a bit better after Alt F4ing. Maybe that was the ultimate solution to the problems we've been having. I know a lot of people are going to be very excited about next month. You know, with Invictus coming in, the Ironclads coming in, and everybody's, you know, curiosity revolving around the battle cruiser, what's going to have as far as stats, how much is going to cost. And perhaps we may, you know, get some possibly new ship surprises as well.
Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. Contact received.
Oh, we got an enemy, possibly an enemy player here. Oh no, it's an NPC. Sal Lesnick. He's just chilling out there.
Contact received. Procedure started. Landing gear down.
Okay, what happened to our... That's strange. Why did our camera just change? In fact, it's better to orient our ship this way. And particularly because we have the tractor beam in the rear of the ship, it just makes more sense. All right, so we'll have to pick these up after we get these out of the freight elevator. and then we'll go back into the ship and use the tractor beam to set all the cargo on the grid. Too bad. Too bad. We can't put the ATLS on the grid. I don't know if it was intentional or, you know, maybe they forgot about it. Holy crap. Oh, never mind. For a second, I thought it was all 2 SCU boxes. But in the back, it looks like, yeah, it looks like the rest of them are 16 SU boxes. In fact, we'll load the 2 SU boxes up first. Right, so we're gonna grab, actually we'll grab these out. Put them here. So we can get the rest of the boxes out of the freight elevator. Currently in storage. Oh, okay. So able to catch the grid that way. I just realized we just screwed ourselves. We should have put the 2 SU boxes down below. Now, here's a key thing. They've learned from, you know, ships. The one that particularly comes to mind is the Moth. Well, I'd say the Mole as well, right? So, like when you're putting the cargo boxes in, there's very little space. They thought about that this time around, giving enough space in order to get the, you know, the boxes on. Okay, that is very interesting. Now, this is an important key detail because since there's like a, you know, like you have this little split here between getting onto the next grid, it doesn't allow you to seamlessly, you know, catch on like this. Yeah, so if you're carrying like 16 SU boxes, you could see here 2 16s, so that fits a total of, you know, 32. But if you have a situation like this, you know, with the 2 SU boxes, you're gonna have to either split it across there in order to get this to fit onto this grid. Although I don't think we have to really be that particular, because I don't think the amount of stuff we have to collect for the mission doesn't exceed. We don't have to get so tidy with the amount of stuff we have to deliver and collect and take to the next point. Whoa, what's happening here? Oh, we have a... For a second, I was like, what's going on with my ship markers? But it's somebody's constellations on the other side. And we should be able to fit the rest. Yeah, we'll fit the rest of the 2 SUs on this cargo grid. We also have the grids up top. I almost forgot about that. All right, so I know for when you're doing like commodity trading and stuff like that, CIG is going to give us the ability in the future. So if you have like a 32 SU box and you want to break it down, you know, like this large box, and you just want, you know, you want to bring like 2 SUs instead, we'll have that ability at some point to do that. I don't know for mission sets if we'll be able to do that. Or the you know, the mission sets would be rigid. All right, so the next batch here that's currently in the freight, we're gonna do is we're gonna use a tractor to put it on the rest of the grid up here. And our character is working up some he needs some hydration, let's say that. So the empty bottles, we just, you know, throw it away. Just do that, just throw it on the ground. And if you guys are new to the game, you typically want to max out, you know, the percentage of whether you need nutrition or you need hydration. Reason being is if you have it like right now I have hydration at 96%. Over time it goes down faster than if I would have it at 100%. Now, in order to get into your tractors, right? Whether you're starboard side or port side, if you guys don't understand that, the starboard side is your right side of your ship, port side is the left side of your ship. But since it confused me, I thought this just goes into the remote turret, which it does on the top of your ship, as you can see. But you have to right click on it in order to see the other options. Okay. Is this person helping me? This person's helping me. That's nice of him. Okay, what's going on with their tractor beam, though? Oh, it's off. That's why. That was nice of the dude. Whoever this person is, really appreciate the help. You get, I'd say you get more help from the community than not. Sometimes you do get trolls. Although, I'm not sure what he's doing though. Give him a nod with the tractor beam. Let's thank the kind citizen. Uh-oh. What happened? Oh, we have no power. I guess we have to turn the tractor beam in order to...
Engines off. Engines on. Shields off.
Oh, it was the guy in the Connie that was helping us out. Uh-oh. I think our engines just went off. Yeah, engines just went off for some reason.
Engines on.
The dude is like on the ground waving goodbye, and then all of a sudden, why is the Hull B getting closer? It's because it's falling to the ground. All right, now we have to set the course for the Pyro Gateway. Yeah, for the most part, the community is, looking to help others if they need help, or I need help, or I would go out and help somebody. I mean, it's not without, troublemakers and stuff like that, but it is diverse. You have the good, the bad, and the ugly. But for the most part, I have more positive experiences than, somebody either trying to troll me, trying to destroy my ship, trying to, pirate me. It does happen. And I can't remember the last time. I think it was the Hull C, which is, I think it was like last year. I bought cargo, I think about 5 million. It was a large shipment trade from Obituary to Seraphim Station. And I remember getting to Seraphim Station. I was like, I'm at the last stretch to the finish line. And I get some guy named James Dean coming in to murder hobo me. And thankfully the Hull C was able to take all that punishment. I think it was in the Hornet Mark. Yeah, the Super Hornet Mark II. And he had the ballistics loadout, which is it did. I mean, at the time, it did a lot of damage. I don't know if they've nerfed it now, but I knew if I didn't get out of there, I mean, I was so close to the station, but if I kept going, he would have blown me up, and I would have been out 5 million UEC plus the profit I would have made from doing the trade. So I got out of there, and I was able to make it over to Evers Harbor over in the Herson system. But I had a great time. It was a bit of a challenge, but we made it out. I mean, not all of my sometimes I don't make it out at all. I had one incident where I was over at the Alina mine site, one of the PAFs. I think, yeah, this is along with IAE last year. And, that's where, you get to try out ships. This person happened to be in the F-8C. And here I am, I'm in a Drake Clipper. And I already knew he was coming after me. So I knew at that point I was pretty much finished. The only way, I try to, the tower with the dish on it, I try to hide behind it. I mean, I did well for a bit. I tried to shoot him time to time, but he had better, piloting skills than I did. And eventually, he soft-F'd me, and I tried to get out of the ship. I knew I wasn't going to get out of the ship fast enough, so he ended up taking me out. I think on that play session, I was going around trying to see if there's any good loot. Sometimes you find some great loot at the Alina mine site, especially the PAFs. Some players either, abandon their ship. Some players, their ships are so badly damaged they couldn't, get out of there. But they'll have some NDB 30s on the ship, some grade A military components and stuff. So I pulled off a lot of stuff from there. We are in Pyro. All right, so where are the markers? Where do we have to go? I mean, I just saw a marker, but it is so cluttered, I can't tell where the marker is at. From the looks of... Oh, that's right. We had to go to Pyro 2. Good thing is, it's on the same planet. It's on Monox. Monox, on the other hand, is a very hot planet. It's close to the Pyro star, as you can see. It's probably the closest, as far as I remember. Is it? Let me see. Well, as far as planet goes, I want to double check that, because in fact, I don't want to stay here too long, because I don't want to get blown up. So let's see. We're here. So we ate over here. So we're going to take a detour. We'll temporarily go to Rudd's fuel and supply, and then we'll jump over to, or at least pivot over to Monox. What is going on here? Is there like a ripple through space? What is that? Oh, it's a jump point. I'm looking at it from the side. It looks so weird. All right. Okay, we have Pyro 1, which is down here. It might be Pyro 1 that's the closest. Let's see. Yeah. Yep, Pyro 1 is the closest to the Pyro star, which is a K-type. Specifically, it's a K-type main sequence flare star. I believe the lore behind it, it emits radiation. So technically we're really supposed to be wearing more radioactive, or at least radioactive protective gear, at least to be in the Pyro system. Although most armor has some sort of radiation resistance. Oops. So currently I'm wearing the Marzov. This one has a bit of radiation resistance. Well, this is, the helmet is not. This is the Defiance helmet, Desert. This is the whole full suit of the Desert. The Defiance Desert is really nice. But as you can see, I can't put the mouse there because the tooltip goes away. But if you go down the list, you see radiation protection. It says 26,800, pretty much REM, and then radiation scrub rate. So if you have the buildup, that's the scrub rate, that of which it falls off. You know, I was reading up on, it had to have been a Reddit thing where somebody was talking about, you know, receiving a crime set 5. And they said it was about 24 hours until they can be released. Very punishing if you get that high. But if you want to get out of prison faster, by doing the missions, you can mine, etc. It took him, according to what he said, it took him about an hour and a half to get out. Just to get out. Think about that. You're stuck in prison an hour and a half. Obviously, you got to do all these, you know, side quests, missions, mining and stuff like that. But think about that. An hour, maybe an hour and a half, or maybe a little more, an hour and a half, depending if you run into a bug or something like that. And I mean, I think that's the reason why I haven't really been seeing, or at least I haven't been bumping into too many people just randomly blowing somebody up. Or, you know, somebody randomly shooting me out in the wild. But it is expected once you're at a PAF site, sometimes you'll have a player who's going to be aggressive. Only reason why they don't know if I'm going to be aggressive. They shoot first, ask questions, you know, last. You know, at least at that point, I totally forgot to get out of Quantum to head over to Monarchs, but the thing is, like, in sites like that, right? You go to the Alina mine site, once you take down the target, you could always revive him after, you know? I mean, it doesn't stop you from getting a crime stat, but you know, along with the this new setting that they introduced, I don't remember which patch it was, but I think I'm grateful that they did, because before, if somebody was able to take you out, like fully, you know, you're dead, the time it took for you to respawn back in a hospital, you weren't able to charge the perpetrator of the crime they committed against you. So by the time, because there's like a duration of time whether you want to press charges or not, and for usual cases, it ends up running out before you spawn back in the hospital. So they've introduced the law, report crime automatically if notifications ignore. So I thought it was a good thing they added. You know, you have the option if you're playing with friends, you know, you're playing with another group, another org, and you both agree to shut it off so that, you know, you're not automatically charging the other team for a crime stat. Otherwise it'll be sent to prison, you know. But it's good to have the options. You know, if you're going out in the verse, soloing the verse and stuff like that, and you happen to come across somebody who obviously wants to make your play session a bad one, at least now they reap consequences for it. Although I you know, being at the PAF site, I think recently, I don't think it has gone off. I think, in fact, I was taken out, and the player that took me out was not charged with anything. But I think once you start counterattacking, I think the system might register you as mutual, you know, along with the individual that's trying to take you out. You know, for like if you take him out or they take you out, none of you guys, you know, if you're mutually involved in attacking each other, I don't know if it's intentional. I know sometimes it doesn't, you know, I don't get charged with the crime stat for defending myself or the other person, you know, vice versa. All right, we're soon to arrive at Monarchs. All right, so first we're going to head over to Sunset Mesa and drop off some of the goods there. Now the thing is, I have to figure out what is what. It's a bit of a slight downside because you have to, like, depending on, this is where it matters, right? Like preparing, like when you're loading up your cargo, you have to prepare to which drop-off point, how you organize your cargo on the grid, so it's more efficient when you drop off things. Like right now, I didn't do that, so I have to like figure out what is what. I have to like, so it looks like there is, uh-oh. Oh, that's an NPC ship. But I was saying that from the looks of it, we have, okay, two things we have to drop off here. We have hydrogen and medical to drop off here at Mesa. And this ship is completely destroyed. I don't know if that is a Hermes or, judging from the looks, yeah, it's a Hermes. Destroyed Hermes. Let's get rid of it. Man, I have to upgrade the the power plant in this thing. It leaves us barely any power to juice up the shield generator. Be mindful, murder hobos everywhere. Oh, in Pyro, as of late, or you're saying in general? Oh, kidding. Yeah. I mean, I'd expect it, especially here in Pyro. And then again, I could jinx myself because I haven't been attacked in some time in Pyro. Oh, there it is. I was looking for the freight elevator. Here it is. I don't know. I think a lot of players got it out of their system, but who knows? Maybe I might be a victim on stream today. Yeah, for sure. I hope not either, man. You know, we've gotten this far. And we have another Hermes here. In fact, this is a smart orientation. What this player did with the Hermes. It's enough for him to get the tractor. You know, if he takes the cargo out, tractor here, and then bam, right in the grid. Uh-oh. Are we having Okay. For a second I thought we were having a freight elevator issues. Man, I don't remember that event last year we had. It was a total nightmare with the freight elevators. Oh, wait a second. What am I doing? This is hydrogen. This is what we need. At least for here. Okay, this is not good. Okay. For a second, I was like, where's the grid? This is ship ammunition. Captain's Willa, supplier die. Yes. Oh, no, that wasn't supplier die. Supplier die was, I think it was 2 years ago, where players and I, although I haven't made as much as some players made like hundreds of millions from that event, and CID learned really quick. The supplier die was the exception. I don't think we're gonna ever see that again. We need what? 32 SUs. That's 32 SUs of hydrogen. They keep doing events, and players never do what CIG expects. Yes, I do agree. I think hiring, unless they had, I have to look this up, having a specific person for a role for mission design is very, very important on how, you know, in theory, yes, it sounds fantastic, but the way it works in the real world, as you know, we've been going through time, although I do give them credit, they have been learning from their past mistakes, like supply and die. That was a really bad mistake. Everybody had, I think there was one person I bumped into who'd made 1 billion AUEC from that event, which threw a lot of people made a lot of money. And that's, in fact, threw the economy out of whack tremendously. And then there was a whole C during that event had a glitch, a money glitch, where people were making a crap ton of money from. So that was like compounded on top of that. Okay, what else? Oh, we need medical supplies. So we need 20. Hey, welcome back, Pui Master. Yeah, the economy's borked. I was donated 20 billion on my primary and alt. Clearly too much money flowing. I'm very shocked on the decision going forward on not resetting the economy. Money is worthless in Star Citizen at the moment. I agree. Absolutely, which makes it funny. People care or try to earn so much. Yeah, well, if you get to 1 billion, I mean, like, there's nothing you could spend it on. You know? Like, if this is like GTA 5 online, you could buy yourself an executive, suite. Or in this case, a space station. If they allowed us to do that. Although, I think, what is that? Can we craft our own space stations after 1.0? Although, if we can, I can imagine this being way, way, way down the line. In real life, maybe jokingly, 2043? I mean, not unless we have some grand, spectacular kind of technology that makes, doing graphic design easier, coding easier, which we have. Claude apparently can do a lot of coding and stuff. Although I think when it comes to, graphics and stuff, I think you still need people for that. Coding as well. You need somebody who understands it. You can't just throw stuff like that at something and expect things to work. Oh, what just happened? I don't know. This grid system is interesting here. It doesn't want to work here, but it works here. I would be down for a full wipe, like the old days. I agree. I think in fact, I had a video. CIG did in fact talked or spoken about this in a post. I think it was late last year. I brought it up, and in a Star Citizen Live with Benoit and Jared discussed that they pivoted to a I don't remember off the top of my head what kind of system they were doing. However, the system sounded like a more hands-on approach. However, Benoit did hint that they do have a system that they've been working on, and they didn't want to share it during the Star Citizen Live. I guess it's because it's in early stages. They're not going to wipe until they fix all the duping exploits and people losing blueprints, and crafted items would cause a lot of grief. So is that the word on the street? People losing their blueprints after receiving it as a reward? Crafted items. In fact, speaking of losing crafted items, I thought I lost my crafted P4AR the other day. I was just... I think I was moving stuff around in my inventory. All of a sudden I found my weapon gone. I'll show you. So this is the first one I crafted. The P4AR rifle. Now the crafted materials, I made sure to be an average of 500 quality, so it's decent. No, if they did a wipe, people would be upset they lost blueprints and crafted stuff. You know, they don't have to like wipe. It seems that they could target certain things they want to wipe, right? I mean, who knows what the hell they're going to do these days? It seems that they pivoted from last year, late last year, from a full wipe, and then this year again. It seems that, again, like I'm reiterating, that they're doing some sort of hands-on thing. I guess they're going on based on account basis. I mean, I took away from that, it seems that they might have somebody just specifically watching the servers, maybe, possibly. I did send, if you're on my Discord, Puhi Master saw it, but apparently somebody was able to get a hold of hacks or was able to create a hack again. They used to do partial wipes. People would get around it. Yeah, I mean, it's like with anything. People will find the least path of resistance. I mean, you know, it's something that I drove in with the video I talked about with the wipes and stuff like that. With 1.0, right, as being the full release specifically for Star Citizen, not for Squadron 42, because that's going to be a single player game. I mean, who's to say? Maybe Chris, you know, is a very enthusiastic person to add more features and game just in general stuff to the game. VR apparently came out of nowhere at while he was, you know, in Australia with his wife on having a live interview with somebody. That VR, which is exciting, VR is part of the Squadron 42 experience. I'm not paying attention. I should have counted this. I think we dumped too many boxes off here. We need 20 SUs of medical. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8. Okay, 10. So we'll bring this over here. I can't count today. Here we go. Now it's 10. All right, so the other site, Jackson Swap, requires 20. This one is good. I was engrossed in our conversation about the wipes and stuff. I'm very curious to know what Benoit was talking about. A system that they're going to be releasing at some point in time, or is he just, or is he? Let's just say, is he full of shit, or is he telling the truth? That they're actually coming up with a you know, some sort of system to combat, you know, cheaters, you know, money farmers, which I don't think you're going to fully get rid of them. Like even World of Warcraft till this day has issues with them. You know, they've been in the business for a long time and they still can't get rid of them. All right, so I think this is good here. We'll send this down. And we got this beautiful, gorgeous day here on Monox. Oh, so we need one more. We need 16 SUs of ship ammunition. We might as well load it up if we can fit it. I don't know, the grid system is a bit funky. See? See? I can attach it to an invisible... Like, if there's a box here, this is what happened, but... This is the result. Wait a second. Okay, that's weird. It's saying 1 out of 2 16 SU, so it wants us to drop off 32 then. All right, so we might as well just drop whatever we have here because we can't fit another one on there. All right, so anybody in the chat had bought or upgraded or has an upgrade ready for this IAE, a Galaxy plus mods? For myself, Cade says no. I think I remember Pui Master had bought the Galaxy Plus modules. What about you, Captain Twilla? Did you get the you got the lifetime, right? Uh-oh. Somebody's coming. Oh. Nice. All right, we got two guys here in the chat. We have Pui Master and Captain. And the Ironclad. The Ironclad's going to be coming out next month. Are you excited about that? I have the Ironclad, and I have the Ironclad Assault. Depending on how well and how good that ship is, I may melt other ships to upgrade the other ships out. All right, so we're done here. And now we had to head over to the next site. We just had a player Cuddy just come through. Not aggressive at all. Looks like he's doing some delivery missions. What I'm very excited about now is not only the Ironclads and the Caterpillar, the Ironclads themselves are also going to have being able to be detached, right? You have the what's the technical word they use? They use capsule module. Yes, the command module. That's going to be very, 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 very cool. Although, I don't know if they're going to do a command module on the assault. It doesn't make any sense, right? Since it's going to be military. I mean, it makes more sense on the assault version, right? I mean, who's to say? I wish I grabbed the ironclad assault. You could still get it on the gray market. I don't know how much more they're going to raise the price. I think the ironclad was going for 400. And then the assault was going $100 more. Or am I wrong? Have they given us the specs on the clads as far as weapons and stuff? Captain says I will probably go up more than that. Oh, as far as the price is concerned? Wait a second. Oh, it's right over here. Like... Oh, wow. These sites are so close to each other. Unless I am looking at this wrong. Yeah, no, they're very close to each other. So we have Mesa and Jackson. Jackson Swap is like not too far from each other. You know, the funny thing about the I think to myself, the ironclad assault is opening up the front of the ironclad. And then you see a bunch of Novas pointing their guns at you. Alright, where is... Oh, there it is. Wow. Freight elevator is in an awkward situation. Oh, we already have a Hull B. It looks like it's destroyed. Yeah, it is destroyed. So we are forced to go over here with our Hull B. And it looks like our shield is still off. Yeah, that's the first thing. If you have a Hull B, you want to upgrade the power plant. You barely get any power to, power up your essentials. Well, I mean, it's not like you're going to use your weapons anyways. If you're flying this by yourself, you more or less want to, put that to your thrusters to get out.
started.
And we have to get back out again because the freight elevator is down, as you can see. You know, with all of the stuff we had in the beginning of the stream, right? All the bugs and stuff. We got stuck in the middle of Stanton. We got thrown out of the jump point. And all it took was one Alt F4 to get everything working again. So far, we, you know, knock on wood, it still stays this way, but it seems that it cleared all of the problems. This is the problem with the new radars. They put a big increase in power demand without upping any of the power plants. Well, was that part of their design, or is this like something they didn't think about or think it through? Or rather, does that give a player an incentive? All right, I need to get a better power plant. Although speaking of radars, right? Well, the new radar system clearly is here. Although we can't buy or change out the radars yet, as far as I remember. Well, they balance. Oh, the balance of ships without this increased power usage. It is quite possible. I mean, again, like, I don't know if they're like compiling all this data. They're compiling, you know, the morale, like if players like it or not. I mean, from last year to now is a big shift in the game, you know, with engineering. You know, even Tier 0 was a pretty good shift in a way, where you didn't have to, you know, worry about dying and stuff in a good way. Tier 1 is going to change that, which will require us to, you know, with crafting in, I guess along with the insurance and all that sort of stuff, or maybe just the blueprints. I don't remember how that all works, but is it going to have us recreate the real money bought items? Can we claim it? Sort of like what we can do with the ship? Although, has anybody here, you know, swapped out their power plant? Does that improve the situation? So, example, if I were to throw, like, if I have, let's just say, you know, a military, because this is a top tier of the game, military component grade A, was that going to make a big difference? Oh, they're gonna treat it as a skin. Ah. That's an interesting shift. Yeah, because right now they're treating it as a physical item. I mean, that's gonna be questionable. Like, upon buying an armor piece, because it like, can they actually do that without sort of, like, if I originally bought a armor piece and it's in writing, can they? Well, I mean, it's their game, so it's probably stipulated in the invoice or whatever you're buying anyway. So. All right, there it is. We have all of the stuff. Oh, so it doesn't fit all the way down. As you can see, the door's closing. And it's probably going to disappear. Yeah, and it disappeared. So essentially, they're going to make you work for the things that you bought, and then, you know, again, treat it like a skin. I mean, how is the sentiment around that amongst the community? I'm all for trying things out, you know, so long as, you know, it doesn't stay stuck as a permanent thing. If it really does suck, obviously, you know, they're going based on the majority, clearly. Grade A has 2 to 3 more power pips. Wow, that is really not that much.
Engines on.
It was in the crafting Q&A. So they've warned all of us players in advance. I mean, they've... Okay. What the... We just died. How did that happen? We just randomly exploded. I'm actually looking at my game file to see if we were murder hoboed, but I don't see any red. Oh wait, I see something. I don't see anybody, any player's name. Yeah, normally you get like, I would see like a red. I basically, I don't know if you guys use this. I can't pull it over. Here it is. called Bear Tail Pro. Very good. Just in case you have some sort of issue or whatever. Helps you troubleshoot things and stuff. But you could see, you could also color, you know, like you could put keywords and then put the color you want. The green is me. And any damage done to my ship, which is yellow here. Red would signify, I think we would, you know, I think somebody has killed us, whether it's via NPC, player, or whatever, and it'll give us the name and stuff, but very good. Look it up online. I recommend it. It's like very, very cheap. I think it's like, maybe, I think I paid $10-ish for it, for the license. You know, in case you guys like have something like that randomly happen to you. So in that case, it doesn't look like a player has done anything to us. I mean, and I was like talking about, you know, hackers and stuff. And I spoke about linking it into my in my Discord. Puy Master saw it. I don't know if, you know, CIG got on it right away to stop it before it gets out of control again. But allegedly, there are cheaters in the game. So essentially what they would do, and this is, they would increase, like if they had a weapon or a ship, they would increase it slightly so that it wouldn't, you know, get you questioning whether or not they were cheating. But it'll give them a slight advantage so they don't get flagged. And I have a weird bug going on here called whatever is going on here. It says cannot fit inside after we died. I'm not sure what it's talking about. Yeah, so we lost the stuff from when we blew up. Now we need, I think I'm more concerned about the sentence. And we'll also bring a few mags with us. We have a lot on us, so we have 8 clips on us, so we should be pretty good in case we get into an encounter, you know, with another player, NPC, whatever. And a question I had earlier, how long does it take to, you know, claim the Hull B? $11 minutes. Wow.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Sounds good, Puy Master. Thanks for joining me a second time today. Maybe we'll catch you tomorrow or something. I'm thinking about, I mean, if all goes well, we'll, you know, maybe do another pop-up stream tomorrow. But thank you so much for tuning in again, hanging out, chatting again. All right, so this is not bad for Hull B. 11 minutes, and then you get to expedite it for 2 minutes, well, close to 3 minutes.
Thank you.
especially for 512 SUs. I wonder how much or how long it would take to I'm thinking specifically for the Crusader Hercules M2, since it's probably close to that.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Let's see. How many SCUs does the M2 have? There it is. Oh, no, got it wrong. No. I think it confused it. Let me see. I'll do what ships can I run cargo with at
So tell me a bit about what's going on with
500 SCUs. See if this works. Damn it. Well, that is true. I think the Endeavor does carry 500 SCUs. Let's go a little bit higher. What ships carry? Let's go about 510 SCUs. All right, there it is. Oh, okay. So they have the same SUs, M2 and the Hull B. Although, what does the I'm curious about the Ironclad. Let's see. Help. How many SCUs does the Ironclad have? Should pick this up,
Welcome.
I think.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I guess not. No, there it is. Man, oh man, that thing has a lot of SUs, the base version. I think it's going to be my favorite ship to bring out, and especially carrying that much SUs protected. But it's going to boil down to how fast a ship is. If it's slow, you're going to have to, pivot, or you're going to have to another ship that's a bit faster, ergonomical, or even higher protection.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Let's see if we can get the Ironclad Assault. I'm curious about that one again. How many SCUs does the Ironclad Assault have? My God. That is insane. Especially for a ship like that. It's going to be it's going to be more military, more defenses. And still carries a lot. 1440. I'm also curious about the railing. The railing should be within the ballpark where the Hull B and M2 are at, right? What, 500-ish? But I have to say the railing could be the meta, you know, in that range because of the way, I mean, if I'm thinking of it right, the way that, you know, the Hull B is set up, I think this is pretty damn good for a ship of its size, you know, the amount of SUs it can carry. But I'm thinking about the railing. If it's done in a way where you could load up the entire grid and standing in one location, yeah, for sure it's going to be the meta, I think. Sounds good, Cade. Thanks so much for tuning in today. Chatting, hanging out, listening, having a good time here. Hopefully we'll see you on the next one. Have a good rest of the day as well. And speaking of time, I think we have enough time to do one more pickup and drop off. Okay, so unless we have a pickup here to drop off somewhere. Rods, fuel, and fuel and supplies. This is in Pyro, I think. Well, I mean, I'm glad that, you know, we blew up after the fact we completed the mission. It would have really sucked if we didn't complete the mission and randomly blew up like that. You know, here I'm thinking, that's a thing of the past, but no, it's still here. One more thing I want to look up. The railing. I want to see how much SCUs... How many SCUs does the railing have? My God, 640, the step up from the Hull B. In fact, I mean, the fact that it has 640, and if it has a better way to load and unload cargo, it's gonna be like at the range, especially for specifically the raft, right? The raft has such a fantastic way to bring things off and on that ship, with the open sides, the rear of the ship, very ergonomical. I mean, Hull B is ergonomical-ish, but if I'm thinking in my head on how the design is going for the railing, it could be the most ergonomical at its range of size of SUs it can carry for a ship of its size. This guy's name is funny. Although, oh, it could have been a ship. I don't know, for like a couple seconds I saw a name that said the right seat of God or something like that. And then it changed over to this this dude's name, Cal 710. I'm just wondering if it was the name of the ship that we were seeing. And yeah, that's an Idris there. And we're going to be trailing behind Carl here. And as soon as we get out into Pyro, we got to make sure we get the hell out. I don't know if he's rocking an Idris M, but I know for sure that railgun will destroy us in one shot. So far, I'm liking the Hull B. I just hope that they release the paint scheme that we saw in the last Behind the Ships. I did, you know, I mentioned that on my video because I looked on the Robert Space Industries website. They had not had that paint for sale. In fact, I think it's the contrary. Let's see, we'll bring it over really quick. Robert Space Industries shop. Pledge. Here it is. Paints. I mean, like the paint. These paints are really nice. I like them. But they didn't have the you know, the yellow and black, signifying that B kind of lore they gave off the last Behind the Ships for the April Fools for the Hull B. Yep. So they don't have it. They have the in fact, if we look up Hull B, oh, wondering why that didn't come up. Yeah, so they have no yellow and black paint. Kind of a tease. I mean, it would make all the players that bought the ships day if, you know, they released or allowed us to earn it in game, right? Instead of buying the paint skin. I can't speak. Oh no, we're gonna crash into the sun. This is a pretty cool shot. So, like, as far as bugs are concerned, tied only with the Hull B, I haven't experienced anything that would be critical. We've experienced during, in the beginning of the stream, that the cooler just kept going offline for whatever reason. But in the beginning, when our ship despawned, that had nothing to do with the hull B itself. I think it's just to do with the game mechanics or some sort of bug in itself. You know, us crossing into someone else's personal hangar. Normally when you go into someone else's hangar, you're not on the same team. You end up getting pulled into the station. And I think that's what happened. And our last hauling mission, thankfully, we were able to finish it and get credit via UEC, rep. We're able to complete that. Unfortunately, we ended up blowing up randomly. That's still a thing. I know, you know, longtime backers have experienced that myself in the past. When I joined in 3.15. Some of the others that were here earlier today, we had, I believe, CAD at 3.14, one patch before me. And then Pui Master, which was in our real life year, he started in 2015. Very, very close to the beginning stages of the game. But to tie around with that tangent, randomly blowing up still is a thing. Falling through hard surfaces still is a thing via planet, moon, station. Still happens. I've had it, you know, happen across the way, recent days and stuff. Seldomly, it doesn't happen all the time. Thankfully, I mean, it is painful to do, but to avoid death is to log out to, you know, the main title screen and then logging back in. And you end up, you know, wherever you last left off at, you know, wherever station you put your feet down on, typically speaking. And there's another thing I noticed about this ship. We can go flying around for quite some time, not having to, you know, refuel the tank with the total of 5.69 SEUs of quantum. Plenty of fuel to get around the verse. I should have checked to see what is the stock components on the ship. We could do that when we wrap up stream. Oh my god, we're going way too fast. And we have a cutter. I haven't used my cutter in a while. What I meant by that, I was talking about the player we just targeted just now. All right, so spindle's open. And I think this is pretty good orientation to pull out boxes thrown on a grid. I mean, I do have to say, she's a long one. When when you open up the middle section to expand for your spindles. Okay. Is it on? No, we have to turn it on. Ship. Or at least we gotta turn on the co-pilot seat. And from our experience, we want to make sure the tractor beam is currently off, or at least it looks that way. Okay, for some reason I can't adjust the power for some reason. Okay, oh, now it works. I'm not sure what happened there. What is going on here? Alright, tractor beam. Enter remote turret. That's what we want, the right one. And for some reason it keeps throwing us in the top turret. Alright, I'm gonna try the other turret, see if that works. Alright, this works. Oh, that's weird. That's a weird bug. So, if you noticed, when I hover over the button, or the whatever it's called, now it says enter right tractor turret. So I just click on it, and I guess that's some of the workaround. You don't have to like, right click on it. Oh crap! I thought we accidentally got it stuck in the spindle there. Alright, so I think maximum height is stack height is 8 SUs, I think. Or depending. If it's one box, it's it'd be 2 SUs total. Yeah, so I was right. You could stack total of height of 2 SCUs. See, it gets very hard to tell whether or not I'm like, if a box is off base. I can't tell. I wish there was a way to zoom, you know, while you're in the turret or the tractor beam turret. Here I am, I'm trying to neatly put this all on, and I realize that I might have to pull off some of this cargo in order to drop off in some locations. But in this case, I think we have to drop off just at Tisa Spaceport, so it really doesn't matter, I don't think. It's just that when you have to drop off, like, 2 and more, you know, locations. And, you know, like just before our last contract, we had to do, you know, drop off ammunition here, medical. I don't remember what the other one was, but you get my drift. So you have to like sniff through, you know, the cargo boxes you have on your grid. I mean, thankfully it's not. Uh-oh. What is going on here? Ship just like spazzed out for a second. All right, I think that's, yeah, it's everything. So now let's head over to Stanton. Why is our character likes looking up for some reason? Oh, there we go. Okay, so we don't have enough power to take off. Let's see, we'll take it out from there. Now we're good. All right, Stanton Gateway. I misspelt it. Was that 56 gigs? Yeah, 56 gigameters. It's quite the ways away. Oh, I remember, I can't take off my helmet while I'm sitting down in the chair. That would be a nice... That'd be pretty cool if we can. Although, yeah, where are you going to store the, you know, the helmet? Wow. So even the glass on the outside of the ship is so detailed. So you have like all these scratches and stuff, wear and tear. So there was a a tech preview that happened recently. I jumped onto it, but didn't have enough time to get over to the transportation systems and test them out. I think most of it was, if I could recollect, it was ArcCorp had majority. Other points of interest in Stanton had some rework to the transportation systems. Obviously, the idea behind that is to make it flow better, not break, not go off the rails. You know, to continue that immersive experience. Benoit did mention, you know, a lot of the system. Well, I can say I do remember about he mentioned the transportation systems, such as trams, elevators, freight elevators, all of this stuff. I mean, the freight elevators has been addressed in some way, but a lot of it is on, like, the pillars are old code, and they have had, I don't know if they have a team or they have one guy just redoing all of the old code for these transportation systems, but we know that there is somebody doing it and essentially revitalizing or bringing up the code up to speed, up to modern, however they say it in the industry, modern day code or whatever, or industry standard. So I don't know if that improvement or that tech preview with the new transportation system, I would say that would be a surprise to me if it lands into 4.8. Like with anything else, they put things into tentative. They want to make sure that they know for sure it's going to land in the patch, you know, unless they come into some sort of critical bug that they know they're not going to have enough time to solve before a patch. But with 4.7.1, I don't know if this is the first iteration of a hotfix for this patch. But I can say for sure there is a hot patch, and the hot patch is not working for me. I think currently right now we are on the live patch. So far that's working for us. It's so cool to do third-person ship views inside the jump point. Get these awesome shots. I mean, not like your like shots like this look so awesome in here. Yeah, this is a pretty cool shot too. Although I don't feel like getting spit out of the jump point. Although I do want to make a suggestion to CIG or whoever's responsible for third person and doing these cinematic things with angles and stuff like that. One of the things I hope that they do is allowing us to go, or having more customizations revolved around bokeh, like blur effects and stuff like that, and where we want to move it, and also like if I wanted to spin the camera around, like if we have a close-up shot like this, being able to just spin the camera 180 degrees, showing my view instead of going, you know, around like that, would be nice as well. I know, pretty chill. I mean, so far we haven't been attacked by, you know, pirates, murder hobos, in general, anybody ramming us. You know, I'd say that off the top of my head, even like going back 10 streams ago, I don't think I've came across anybody then. I seldomly do. I mean, if I'm actively going out of like places like a line of mine, right? If I hang around a line of mine, I think I'm going to have more action there. Along with the Stormbreaker out over in Pyro 1. You know, more or less, I think those are hotbeds for, you know, players to do, just blow up your ship or whatever. I mean, also if you're doing like QB Logistics Station, not QB Logistics, QB Breaker Station, right? Particularly the shared contract, right? That's going to be your contestant zone. I'm not going to be surprised. Somebody will likely blow your ship up if you're going out there. But I mean, there's so many shared contracts. You know, something I should experiment on. Maybe tomorrow's stream. Maybe we could do something like that. Just to see whether or not anybody shows up at the QB Breaker Station. We'll see. We'll see as far as content and stuff like that. But I'm having a great time with Hall B. Doing some delivery missions with it. What ship is that? That actually looks like a Hurricane. I just thought of the Caterpillar. Oh, that's a Hurricane. I haven't seen a Hurricane other than NPCs and stuff like that, ship fights. Although, before the Hurricane was nerfed. Although I don't know how it is these days. No, the servers are surprisingly stable considering there is a free fly on. Yeah, you're right. I actually totally forgot about that. I was just I was stuck in the immersion here. Well, I mean, dealing with I'm saying like past patches when they've done free flies, heavy desyncs, heavy lag, latency, all that sort of stuff. But you're right, it's been very smooth so far. I just wish that we had the capability of seeing the influx of players, like I guess new players coming into the game and stuff like that. That'd be nice to see those kind of statistics and stuff like that. Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is, it tells us that server meshing is working, which is exactly what we want. And it's also a very good thing for them to test and stress the servers as well with these free fly events. I mean, speaking of seeing how many people are on a server, you see in the top where my cursor is, active members, it used to show the number of players in a server. It no longer shows the number of players in a server anymore for me. Now, does this work for you? Or do I have to like put a ticket in order for this to get, working again? I mean, the only workaround I found that works, if I'm on main menu, I can actually right click. You could see my friends list. You could do it in your same, with your friends. If they're in game, you can right click and you can actually see, the total number of people that I actually could be in a server. And how many people are already on the server. So it's also been broken for you as well. Okay. So I'm not the only one that's experiencing that. Yeah, so the workaround I found was you'd have to have friends on your friends list and then being in a server in order to like get an idea. All right, this is how many players are on a server. Oh, okay. Command. Oh, okay. And that displays it. Although I don't do it because As far as my understanding. Exactly. So it reveals the shard I'm on. That's normally why I keep it off. Just so that if I in fact have somebody who wants to troll me, they can find the shard I'm on. I mean, since we're at the, you know, tail end of the stream anyways, it doesn't really matter. Can we stack these? I'm pretty sure we can. Yeah. All right, let me do that really quick. So R_display. All right, and oh, info 1, okay. And it's so small I can't even read it. Yeah, I can't even zoom in on it. So where would that be? Where would I be looking? On the top or the middle, bottom? Well, I know I'm getting 40 frames per second according to this. Server FPS is about average about, I guess, 6.5. Minimum 2.2. That's pretty low. Oh, yeah. Oh, so it's next to Shard, right? So it looks like 531. I mean, it keeps fluctuating. 530, 529. Oh, yeah, I see it. Yep. It's right next to it. Pop and Shard is together, and server's right next to it. Server says, well, which one is it? Is it the number next to the Shard or next to SRV, which I assume is server? That says 113. Okay. Oh, I gotcha. Anybody in my peripheral, so to say. And that would be the Shard, right? Or not the Shard, the mesh. I'm still learning this whole server meshing technology. But the Shard says 535. I would assume that would be the totality. Oh, so the servers are divided amongst the mesh, correct? Within a certain, I guess, depending in the measurements according to, or at least the standards of the game, whether it's via megameters, kilometers, even gigameters. Yeah, so there's really not that much. As far as I remember, they increased the amount of players that can be on one Shard. There are multiple servers on a Shard. I gotcha. So it allocates based on how many players are in one dense zone. All right, so let's start taking off our cargo, putting it into the elevator. Great. All right, so as far as I understand, so far I've been reading up and stuff like that in the past. Apparently we're on like a quasi, like we're no longer static, you know, server meshing. It's like a quasi, getting closer to full dynamic server meshing. Basically, like, from what I read was like they gave an example as like basically like World of Warcraft, for example, able to, you know, have thousands of players on one single server, for example, or not server, but I guess shard would be probably the best way to say it. And then servers would be dividing depending on how dense the area of players are in one area. Like, if there's a lot of players here in Lorville, uh-oh, we had one box fell behind. Anyways, I'm gonna just stop talking about it because it's not my expert field. I mean, not unless this is what you do for a living, Captain Dwilla. But it's something that I find very fascinating how they do these things. When it'll be all working, it'll be very interesting. I agree. I mean, even with this current form of server meshing, I think it is doing a great job, like you said before, especially for FreeFly, which I totally forgot. I did mention that in a video of mine. I find it to be, it feels great because, you know, like I said, in the past, we had people dreaded, the old player base dreaded the FreeFly event because of, you know, the lag and stuff it brought with it. I mean, there were other things like, you know, players that came on the game and expected a sort of a GTA kind of experience, just murder hoboing and doing everything and anything all at once. All right, let's see if we have everything on the grid. Just want to make sure. All right, we have 16 that is counted for. Let's see if it registers. So far, all of the missions we've done so far, 100% completed. At least that's a positive sign in the mission front. Pad ramming on Port Orzhov. Man, I was looking at some old footage when I threw up, I think my last video. I was like, wow, Port Orzhov. I mean, it also when I posted the April Fool's video, I did, you know, that reminded me as well. But man, I don't think I really loved and enjoyed Port Orzhov because of how easy it was to go in and out of the station. You know, rather than calling the ATC, you know, going into a hangar and all that sort of stuff. You really felt like you could get in and out of the station, you know, without the hassle of, I don't know, feeling like it's a long process. Seraphim Station feels like the rest of the stations. Now, I don't know, we all know that it crashed and burned, it went down in atmosphere in Crusader. I don't know if they're going to redo it, create something out of it. I think it's just dead in the history books. Not unless, you know, not unless they create a ship out of it. That's a different story. With a huge god laser in front of it. But maybe that was the Easter egg we you know, for the battle cruiser that's supposed to be coming our way. Orzhov is returning in one of the systems. Is that so? Just not back in Castra. I forgot which system is next. Is it Castra? Castra is our next system. I do vaguely remember during Star Citizen, what was it called? When they had it in person. Last year was they did a virtual. My brain is not working. I got to get food in me. CitizenCon. There we go. They showcased a bit of Castra. It looks so beautiful. CitCon, exactly. The footage of it looks so gorgeous. The clouds on the mountainside. It looks amazing. And actually, in fact, it reminded me of Star Wars Rogue One. In some weird reason, it reminded me of that. It is that time, ladies and gentlemen. I must go. But I think we may return tomorrow with the stream. I in fact, with all of the problems we had today and we're able to get through the problems, I still had a great time. and I still want to play around with the Hull B. I had a great time with the ship. I do want to try doing something with more cargo with it. We really didn't really like push the limits with it. I want to see what it's like to fly this ship with a full, you know, cargo on its grids to get a feel of how it flies. So maybe we'll do some continuation with that, and I don't know if we have enough time, we could do something else as well. But I want to thank you so much, anybody who's tuned in today. You, Captain Dwilla, appreciate you stopping in, chatting with me today, hanging out. We had Cade. We had Pui Master join us today as well. Pui Master, you know, subbed, supported us. Appreciate that, you know. And yes, salute to you as well, Dwilla. And maybe we will catch you tomorrow. Anybody who doesn't know my schedule, my regular stream days are on Wednesday Eastern Standard Time in the morning time, but their pop-up days or any other days besides Wednesday will also fall in line with morning Eastern Standard Time. So if you want to catch me, I do have a Discord. Very, very relaxed. We talk about Star Citizen, and there's other games too. We can, if you guys want to discuss it and stuff like that. Very, very chill atmosphere. There's no requirements. You can leave whenever you want. You know, very, very cool. What else? Yeah, I'm running on fumes, guys. Anyways, again, thank you so much for anybody who's tuning in live version. Thank you, Captain Dwilla. Those of you in the record version, appreciate you guys as well. I think that's all I have for you guys. Until then, guys, I'll catch you in the next one. Take it easy.